and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powassa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the Blood Hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Poe was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Poe fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Poe finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Anoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Anoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage 5e. My name is Joe, and I will be your Dungeon Master this evening. It's great to have everybody here. Salamander Coast is here. We're live. This isn't a rerun. This is the real deal. I'm really talking right now. It's January 1st, 2020.
It's not.
2021. I looked at my...
It's not January 1st.
what did I say?
You said January 1st. It's really not that.
See, this was an elaborate ruse to prove to you that it is not a rerun. Because, see, of course I know that it's January 26th, 2021. Okay. I know that, of course. So, it was really funny because I looked down at my calendar in the bottom corner of my screen, and I read it off. And I still read it off incorrectly. So, as always, I'd like to give a big thank you to the artists who do work for the channel, Lisa, Gemma, Andy, and newly added to the list, PT Dat, because he is awesome and actually is a newly contacted artist. If you watch the one-on-one shot with Izzy on Sunday, he was the... thank you, Mark. He was the one who was able to, who did the art for the Warforged Gunslinger that was Sentinel. Wonderful piece of art, and he did it in such a fast turnaround time, and his rates, honestly, for the work that he does is really, really, really amazing. A more realistic style than Andy, who's also awesome. Also, Kayla, I'd like to give a big thank you to you for gifting a sub to Annex. That's so nice. That way he can spam my face after hearing that Eurydice was definitely okay with killing an innocent halfling woman who was a priest of Pelor if it meant that she could find out her purpose. And that purpose was pretty much putting Bianca Dusong on her hit list. So one day we'll have to address that, Felicity. But for now...
Oh, it's fine.
Oh, for now, we don't have to worry about that.
Nope,
so
I know nothing.
Bianca do wrong of her.
Haha.
So what we have now is hopefully within the next, I don't know, year, we'll have an end game moment, and that'll be pretty cool. I look forward to it. But for now, me after hearing that someone killed an innocent halfling. Yep. Hey, that's the most applicable use of that emoji I've ever seen. Thank you, Annex. With that, I think that we should go ahead and roll the intro and get started with the Salamander Coast. I'm excited. Let's
roll that intro, man.
Let's fucking do it.
Woo!
Oh, what was that noise? I heard the boom, boom, boom.
Is there any music playing in the foundry right now?
Who it was.
Alrighty, hello and welcome back. So, intro rolled. We have some, now there should be some wonderful ambiance playing. Good old Witcher 3 music. Can you guys hear it now?
I hear it. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, one thing that you should all see is there is now a nice little calendar widget on your screen. So it should say Tuesday, the 23rd of Hearthfire 1906 AC, and it'll give you the time right there. So this will be something that will help us keep track of the date and time when you're doing things, and also make sure that we're keeping track of that time. So this would be, if you click on it, it'll actually change it so it looks like a typical calendar time, like that you would write a date out of. So it's the 23rd of November, practically.
How do you like that day, month, year?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're doing it the right way.
Yeah.
Not American.
Also, just so you know, there's going to be I also have weather integrated into it, but that's just for me. And anytime I tell you the temperature, it will be in Celsius, and I know that might be confusing to us here. But the best way that I've found, and if you don't know Celsius very well, 0 is freezing and 100 is boiling. So if it's below 50, it's cold. If it's above 50, it's hot. So that's just a good cornerstone to use for that. Yeah.
I mean, like 45 Celsius is pretty hot, but
boiling in Fahrenheit.
I think it's 9 times 9/5 plus 32,
which is
so not easy to do off the top of your head, but
yeah.
Not really a math guy.
Nah. I'm more of a D&D guy, so let's go ahead and get started. Oh yeah, the smooth segue. So
Good transition.
Thank you. So, last we had left off the Runaways. Things had gone from bad to worse to slightly better. After running away from the law and trying to find their way through the wilderness, the party now finds themselves at an odd impasse. They now find themselves allied with a small portion of the same group as the reason why they ran from the Old Spire outpost. They find themselves allied with the Brotherhood, a group of revolutionaries, if you can even call them that, who are spread throughout the nation of Bella Clara and wish to see that nation change. They wish to see it become a nation no longer obsessed and driven by gold. Obsessed with and driven by gold. While the group offered the Runaways to join them, the party turned them down, at least for now, citing a lack of planning and not being sure they could help at all even if they were involved. The leader of the small group, of this small portion of the Brotherhood, Alika, a massive Leonin, did not push or pressure them. He understood their concern and was willing to let them be on their way. The party, however, in their generosity, still offered to help the Brotherhood back to their base of operations. And this is where we pick up. Right after a close call with a group of bandits called the Scalebacks, both groups now camp a safe distance away from their ambushers, with the hope that they will be arriving soon. So, with that, as we finished last session, all of you had just begun to make your way away from those bandits. You had made yourself a safe distance away, maybe an hour and a half long run, just trying to sprint as fast as you could, getting away from them, hoping and really praying that they won't come after you. So eventually, at around 8 p.m. in the evening, you get further enough away and sort of taking stock of the area, all of you begin to feel that weariness and tiredness begin to set onto you, looking at the wounds that may have been caused from those arrows that had been fired at you. Alika sort of looks around the massive Leonin, the red wool and fur wrapped around his neck, draping down the side of his armor. He looks up and sniffs and says,
I think it would be best if we camp here for the night. We'll make sure to double the watches just in case there are any incidents. I'll make sure to have 2 of mine on each watch, and then probably looking towards like in between Bianca and Poe, and then 2 of yours as well, if that sounds all right.
I think that's a good idea.
Good.
I'll be a part of the first watch.
Erebos, you and me are on first watch, and then Nadar, Johanna, second watch.
And nods, and They begin to sort of take the supplies out and moving further into the woods, trying to find Lika kind of spends a little bit of time surveying, and then along with going back and forth with Keothi, they find a small secluded spot in between several like jutting out rock walls and boulders, flanked by a whole bunch of thick, dense evergreen trees. A good enough hiding place where if you're quiet and you're able to douse your flame, whenever you go to sleep, hopefully you should be able to avoid trouble. So you begin to set up camp, getting the tents all set up, spreading out blankets, and eventually lighting a fire. So before anybody heads off to bed, is there any type of like nighttime ritual anybody wants to do? Any conversations they want to have after that encounter? As you can see, all the companions with you are still awake. Everybody just kind of doing their own nighttime ritual. So is there anything anybody here wishes to do?
Yeah, I would like to whip out my my dad's journal.
Okay.
Especially with after everything that I've seen, I just want to try and give it another go.
Okay. Yeah. We'll go ahead and say make an investigation check. By the way, thank you, Wukong Boy, for the follow. You're pretty awesome. Thank you for that. Ooh, those are some nice dice you got there, Evan.
I didn't even see what I left off on. I was messing around with them after last session.
Well, they're good. They're pretty good looking dice. They're sparkly and golden. Okay, so 12. So you huddle up next to the fire, and being a water genasi, you're comfortable in the cold, but considering what just the close calls with some of your friends, especially Keothi, who got shot quite a few times with arrows, and she was definitely doing worse for wear. You just have a hard time getting into it, where you read a few passages, a few words, and you end up, your eyes keep tracing line after line, but you're not comprehending anything. You're not really reading anything. You're trying, but nothing's sticking. So you try for an hour and a half, but eventually it just doesn't really do anything, doesn't get anywhere. Okay. So Poe's working on his journal, reading anything. Anybody else?
Bianca will actually go see how Keothi's doing, just to check in with her because she's been on quite a wild ride with us.
Okay.
And poor thing.
Okay, sure. So you make your way around the camp, just helping everybody get everything set up, and you can see that one cot off to the side nearby the fire, you can see that Keothi is just sort of sitting down on and trying her best to tend any wounds that she might have right now, wrapping bandages around certain parts, and you can see her using some magic to close the wounds before bandaging them, just making sure that they are all the way taken care of. So with that, you make your way over there, and as eventually once you get close enough, she says,
"Oh, Bianca, hello. Are you
Hey.
doing all right?"
and you who you're pretty banged up as well, but you can see that she's putting forth your feelings over her own at this current moment.
No, I'm all right. I've taken quite a few hits, but I'm okay. But how are you? I think you took the worst of it.
Oh, I am fine. I am a little sore, and some of the wounds sting a little, but I think I am fine. I will at least be fine here shortly.
Okay. And how are you doing with everything else that's happened recently?
Yes. I am all right. It is a little bit more intense than I thought it would be, but aren't all great stories? Don't they all end up a little bit more exciting than when the heroes originally set out in the first place?
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think of that, actually. First going on an adventure. But Yeah, you're correct. Everything I've read in the past, I'm like, how the heck did these people do this, you know?
Yes, at least that's what I keep telling myself.
So, um, you know a lot about history, and I've been meaning to ask you this question a little bit.
Yes.
And I mean, I guess it's kind of recent history, but do you know, and this is like a very direct question, uh, and I'm sorry, I'm just kind of jumping to it, but I've been nervous to ask it because I'm worried you have the answer, even though I've been looking for the answer. Um, do you know of recent or even long history of demons making pacts with humans or humanoids here on the material plane? And anything that could maybe give me a little bit more information about what I'm maybe going to be getting myself into, because I mean, that's the information I'm looking for when we're traveling to libraries and stuff, but I've just been thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, maybe we're on this journey to search for something that you already know.
I commend your bravery, Bianca. Most times people don't want to ask me questions because they are afraid I know the answer. I have done research in the past on demons and devils, fiends of all kinds. And you see her kind of break her gaze from yours and look towards the ground and kick a pile of snow out of the way and just sort of rub her foot into it. If you have any questions specifically, I will answer them, but the one thing that I can tell you about every single story I've read is that these pacts, these deals, with demons, they end in unimaginable pain and hurt. Your worst nightmares put on display for you. With devils, it isn't pain. They don't hurt with knives and swords and spells. They take what you care about most and they turn it against you. There is one story of a tiefling man from long ago. He was brought up and raised by an evil devil. Long dead now, but an evil one nonetheless. He grew friendly with many others, a spot of light and joy in the room. Until one day that devil wanted him to turn on everything. These friends he had made wanted him to destroy his relationships because it served that devil. Luckily for that tiefling in particular, the love and willingness to sacrifice themselves of his friends saved him. But that is one out of thousands and thousands of stories. He was the outlier. You can actually, if I am correct,
And you see her kind of look up into the sky, and she points up, like northwest of where you're sitting, and she says,
yes, you can actually see his constellation right there. The Fool.
and you can see what looks to be very, as most constellations are. Keothi kind of has to point it out and draw the lines for you, but you can, after a moment, see a tiefling. The curled horns, the humanoid body shape, and you can see stars that connect up like marionette strings off of the different limbs of his body.
He was able to overcome that evil, and the gods blessed that hero's soul, made him a constellation. But he is the only constellation of that type of situation.
Yeah. I avoided trying to learn about this stuff when I was in Belka and around that, all the information. Like, I was in the library all the time, but I never touched any of that stuff, just afraid of what I might learn. So I honestly don't know if I have a specific question actually for you. This is me finally just like facing that side of my family's history. So all I know is that there was a pact, and I don't know who made it. It wasn't my parents, but it was one of their parents. And that's all I know. They tried to like not tell me too much so that I wouldn't get, bothered by it. And for a long time I just didn't want to be bothered by it anyway. So yeah, so I don't even know if I know enough to ask. I just didn't know how much you actually knew.
And you can see her kind of stare down into the snow and give off those very thoughtful hums that she always does whenever she's deep in thought reading something. There's no book in front of her. This is just thought in her own mind.
You might not know exactly who made that pact, but out of the people who you think did, are they still alive?
I've never met my dad's parents, but my grandma's still alive. She lives in Belka. Her husband passed away, but I've never met my dad's parents, so they might still be alive.
Well, I can give you as much knowledge and information you'd like on fiends, devils, demons, Yugoloths, and Dimodans as I know, but every pact is special. Every pact is different. Oh, if you wish to know exactly what the terms were, there's a way out of it. You have to find the person who made the pact. That brought upon what most consider a curse.
Well, then... Ugh, this visit with my family is going to be so much. Oh my god.
Yes. However, from what I've read, most visits with parents after you've moved away are a lot.
Yeah.
At least in that aspect, you're normal.
The only normal thing about it is that. Also, I hope that didn't seem rude. I did genuinely mean to check in on you, and I'm glad you're doing okay.
Bianca, do not worry about me. I can take care of myself, but I appreciate the checkup. It's nice to know that I am more than just a font of information.
Absolutely. And with a nod and that information, she'll go to a spot by the fire. The fire.
Fire.
Oops, I went too far. Ah. And she'll just take that and think about it for a little bit and be a little stressed.
Alrighty, so you lean up against one of the crates and then just reflect. Cool. Alrighty, so excuse me, what about everybody else? Any type of nighttime rituals, or is everybody just kind of heading off to sleep?
Not a ritual, but is Nadar still in the area?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's taking the first watch with Alika, so yeah, he will definitely be.
I just wanted to, without being as suspicious as I can, not trying to be stealthy, but just trying to be not like weird. I just kind of want to look him over as much as I can. Specifically, I want to see if he has a ring on his finger that's like similar to mine.
Okay. Make a perception check. We'll say
Perception check. Is the eye perception? Is that what that is?
Yeah. Yup.
Okay. Yup. Yup. Indeed.
That's not just bad, Chad. That's sad.
Ooh. So you take a look, and as he's sitting across the fire, sitting next to Alika, you can see his hands overlapping each other, and you don't necessarily see one, and you're not sure if it's like the sheen and shine that his scales are giving off from the fire, like reflecting off of them. But at least it doesn't look like he has a ring on his finger right now.
Okay. Has anybody else volunteered to be the second person on watch with Poe?
I don't think so.
Okay. I will volunteer myself, and I'll just sit myself down next to where Poe is.
Okay. Cool.
I thought Poe was first watch.
Oh, I think
I meant the second group.
Yeah, second person on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
I may have said second watch, but so that's my bad. I meant, yeah, the second person.
So, Erebos and Lika are the two on first watch, and Nora's taking second with Johanna. Okay. Extra tent. So then it's Desmond and Poe.
I'll take second watch for us.
Okay. And then
I'll take the third because I'll get up early in the morning.
Gotcha. Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good.
Well, Cecily would love to help with the watch, but it's just, she's gone.
So then Keothi will take second watch with you, Bianca. Okay. Alrighty, so with that,
Cecily is the most relatable character in any D&D campaign ever, I'm pretty sure. You just want to throw that out there.
yeah, pretty much.
I'm glad you think so. She's just most of the parts about me that aren't accepted by polite society, so that's good to know.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, the four of you commence your first watch. So, Poe, Desmond, I'd like you to go ahead and make a perception check. And Alika. And Erebos will do them as well.
Man, my perception is garbage.
Alright. Wow, Erebos coming in on top with the 15. Okay. So, Erebos, he definitely is a little bit more extra when it comes to these things. So he makes his way all the way around the campsite. But all of you don't necessarily see anything over the course of your 3.5, 4 hours. And neither does Erebos, walking around, making sure to check the perimeter. He does not hear anything. So 2 hours. So over the course of that watch, Poe, Desmond, the two of you want to have any conversations, or you were just kind of sitting quietly throughout your watch?
I mean, I don't have anything specific that I need to roleplay, but I'm sure that they were chatting because I think this is the first time that I've been really alone with Poe since he's gotten back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is... I mean, Poe came at a really weird time when everyone's, under attack, so there really wasn't time to have an appropriate conversation with anybody yet, so... But, yeah, I think from the moment that Desmond comes and sits by Poe, he's going to strike up a conversation and I guess just in general ask how things were since Poe left.
And Desmond will give him the rundown.
Okay, so as you're going through it, you can tell Alika and Erebos are paying attention and listening and nodding along to the story. And when you finish talking, Alika says,
"Quite the journey a group of you have been on."
I guess you could say that. This isn't where exactly I don't think any of us expected to be at the moment, but...
No, most of us do not expect to be here. Most of us are thrown into this life for one reason or another. I don't think anyone goes voluntarily into the life of an outlaw and an outcast.
So I was wondering, I know you guys mentioned Young So,
Mm-hmm.
or
Yes,
Songbo, or whatever.
the halfling man and giant stone.
Do you guys know him?
We have a passing knowledge of him. We were given his information as someone we could trust. Someone who we could go to, get lodging and food, and then move on when all was said and done. And he held up his end of the bargain. We went there, we had food and drink, and then we moved on. Sadly, our journey was cut short by those crystal companions. But then we ran into all of you. But he was nice enough. A little sharp around the edges, but did what needed to be done. Do you know him?
Yeah, I do.
Hmm.
He and I worked together for a while, when I used to be in Giant's Bridge.
Well, then I can only assume
I don't think he
what type
likes
of
me
work
very
you
much.
had in Giant. Don't think he liked you very. Yes.
No, not quite. I don't think he likes anyone very much, to be honest, but...
I think you may be right.
I know he felt... Yeah, yeah. He likes money. But...
He was more than happy to take our gold. Correct.
So if we run into him, Oh, yeah?
If you don't mind me asking, and I understand if this is a rather personal question, and you'd prefer not to discuss it, But I know what type of business Yang So gets up to in Giant's Bridge. And Nadar and I have had a few conversations, and we're curious how a dragonborn such as yourself ended up in that situation. If you prefer not to discuss, I understand, but you can understand our curiosity being.
Well, it's a funny story. But I just kind of wandered into the city, and I was found by a couple of Yangtze's cohorts, and they took me in. But that's really about it.
I didn't mean to.
No, I wondered too how.
I meant, in general, what monastery you taught at, who your imperator was.
Well, now that is a little personal.
Of course.
I don't really like to talk about that kind of stuff.
I understand.
I understand the curiosities, I really do, but I don't really know how I end getting to the second half of my life, but here I am, and there I was in Giant's Bridge, and that's all I care to share, I think.
Very well. All of us have secrets we wish to keep to ourselves.
All of us. And sort of looks over towards Erebos, and you can see Erebos just with like his short sword just poking the logs in the fire. Sort of looks up and then looks back down at the fire. Conversation winds down a little bit. And with that, unless you two have any objections, the first watch comes to an end. There's not any immediate sight of danger or anything that sparks any of your senses. At least for the most part. You all finish your watch, and you're able to swap out for second watch. So, Poe and Desmond, you head off. Yothi and up for Anna. Nadar. Okay. I'll move you guys to the tent so we know who's sleeping. Alrighty. So with that, you exchange for watches. Bianca and Keothi are woken up by Poe and Desmond. And then Nadar and Joanna are woken up by Erebos and Alika. So, you start your second watch. So with that second watch, I would like I would like Bianca and and then 3 NPCs to make percent.
Just me.
Oh, Nadar. Heck yeah, Nadar. Kill him.
You got a big old 3. The fuck?
It's okay. You and Keothi are doing about the same. She got a 4.
Yeah.
So.
Keothi and we started like just staring off at like the constellations. We're not focused on anything around us.
Okay. So, but Nadar and Joanna seem very heightened, looking around.
Thank God.
Yeah, being very perceptive. And eventually, your watch proceeds. So, Bianca, were there any conversations that you wanted to have with any of these three individuals? You just kind of idling through your watch.
I don't think actually I do have anything in particular. She won't be closed off, but yeah, she doesn't have anything to bring up necessarily, so.
Okay.
She'll probably just be fixing and cleaning up her weapons and just preparing for the day.
Mm-hmm. So as you are cleaning your revolver and sharpening the half of your sword that's there, Nadar he was watching you for a little bit, just watching you take care of your weapons, and says,
So, you are quite the weapon master, it seems. Revolver and, I suppose, short sword.
Works like a short sword. I mean, I consider Poe the weapon master since he actually grew up making them, but yeah, I know how to use them. My dad taught me, so I guess I'm pretty decent.
There are some weapons, and some people who are born with connections to them. Although Poe, he's the water genasi, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Although some spend their entire lives making them, they will never have as close as of a connection to some who are naturally attuned to it.
That's interesting. Do you have that connection with your weapons?
Of a sort. I have a great love and pride for the weapons I wield in combat. Gifts from my imperator. In case, apparently a past life of mine wielded them once, so I feel as though I have an innate connection.
and he kind of pulls out what looks to be like a small, almost like baton-sized, where it's maybe 8, 9, maybe 10 inches long, and it just looks like a solid metal rod. And you see him kind of like flick it forward with quite a bit of pressure, and then from each side extends into probably about a 4 or 5 foot spear.
Ooh.
And then he does the same thing, and it retracts, and he says,
I feel in battle the spear singing to me, telling me what to do, when to thrust, when to block. I don't know if you've ever heard the Song of War, but it gives me much comfort and guidance.
Thankfully, I have not. But... And she's going to look at the sword, her broken sword.
mm-hmm.
I don't really know if I have that strong of a connection as you do, but I think I understand what you're saying, at least with this one. I just got it, so it's not like I've had years or my whole life training, you know.
It takes time, but...
And he looks down at the blade and sort of shakes his head a little bit.
It wants a connection to be made. It wants a master. Be careful that with blades that want anything.
Bianca's gonna not really sure how to respond, kind of nod, and lots of thinking for Bianca to do today. She's just gonna kind of mull over this conversation, very deep in thought.
As he finishes that thought and you kind of nervously go towards the blade, you can see Johanna kind of roll her eyes and say, Nadar, could you please stop? Obviously, that, could you not tell? I know that you are Dragonborn, but obviously you must have some semblance of how to read people at least a little bit. Very obviously, she's already going through a lot. So, did you really think it was necessary to say that? Really? Honestly, look at me and tell me. Did you really think? And Nadar kind of like does not look at her and says, I just thought. I thought that it might be. No, you did not think. You never do. Never.
It's really okay. It's all good. We've all been through a lot, honestly, so.
See, Nadar kind of shut down a little bit. And Johanna looks at you, and you can see this just burn across the right side of her face. I appreciate you for being forgiving, but Nadar here likes to see omens in everything. He likes to assign meaning to things that typically are meaningless. He's caused many people to worry too much and think too hard, and almost ended up with them getting very badly hurt. And you can see Nadar kind of go to open his mouth to say something and then shut it. And she looks back to you. And although her one eye is a little malformed and doesn't shut very well, she looks to you with the one good, clear blue eye. And you can see empathy in there. And she says, do not worry yourself with things that may or may not be true. If that blade, you can use it and it has kept you safe. Do not worry too much about tomorrow. Because all we have is today.
You're right. And with those comforting words, she'll just kind of nod and a little bit more relaxed, still contemplating everything, but yeah.
Okay. So, with that, another watch goes through successfully. The only thing you really hear, well, I guess Kyo and Bianca don't really hear anything.
See nothing.
Yeah. The two of you see nothing, hear nothing. You barely even smell the burning of wood in front of you. But Johanna and Nadar, they both sort of pick up their attention after about 2 hours. And look around. And then they go back to being relaxed. And Johanna says, there were wolves a while away, but it seems as though they have gone and do not hear them anymore. Should be of no issue to us. And
okay, good.
Lo and behold, as she said, no issue to you. So with that, second watch comes to an end, and that brings us to the third and final watch. I guess. Shima, and then
got this.
And Electra and Roywin. You can see Shima as you're waking up. You can see Electra crawling out of the tent, and you can see Johanna and Roywin meeting each other and giving each other a hug and sharing a moment together. And then they share a small kiss, and then Johanna heads back into the tent, and Roywin heads out and sits on a log close to the fire, and you can see Electra just eyeing between Roywin and you, Shima.
I'll just kind of smile, nod at both of them.
Do you mind if I ask you something, Ashima? And you can hear Electra speaking. Just a quick question, a passing fancy, maybe.
I'm gonna ask a long question as well, if you'd like.
Don't tempt me.
Or a lasting fancy as well.
Oh, well, lasting fancies are nice, but I think a short one will have to do for now. So, if I am remembering correctly, and I may or may not be, sometimes my memory is a little spotty with these things. I wasn't exactly the best student in my history classes, but Ashima is a name from Loshar, correct?
Yes, the name itself is very old and traditional, though the name isn't quite history well, it is. Current history, though. The current reincarnation of Fame is named Ashima.
Oh, I remember now. Yes, the reincarnation, what was it? The 7 pieces? The 4 tranquilities?
It's well, the many other beliefs. It's quite extensive means of meditation and into morality, neutrality.
Oh, that is interesting.
So, to give you the layman's explanation, imagine you have a ball,
Okay.
and you want it to roll further.
All right.
You don't want it to be stopped by anything, for whatever reason. One might do is cover the ball in grease. Prevent the ball from slowing down at any point, you must cover the ball entirely with grease. That way, it keeps rolling on hard surfaces, soft surfaces, and if someone picks it up, it slips from their grasp. It becomes difficult to hold on to. And much of the teachings of Tongwu Path sort of like that as well. Sometimes a bit nonsensical to those who have not reflected on them terribly much.
Mm-hmm.
But you never get pinned down by anything. Not quite.
Mm-hmm.
Never stop caring for others. Being a mediator. Valuing peace over your own life. Life's closest to you.
Okay. So, yeah. All right. I think I get it. It makes enough sense to me. And so the entire basis of it is just that. That's it.
Well, that's about 12 so years of study condensed into one analogy. Essentially, yes.
Well, if I'm ever away from Bella Clara in the near future and I find myself in Loshar, I might be bothered to check it out.
They welcome all, even folks who aren't entirely interested to donning the robes themselves. It can be a mental vacation, if you will. Stay with the monks and learn from them in their simple ways.
So, if you have your name, but then you are the reincarnation of another, so Ashima is their name?
Yes.
Then
That is,
Then what is your name?
Oh, I was named after him.
So
You guessed that I would grow to be a monk of philosophy.
So did you not have a name before that?
Oh.
No.
My parents were pilgrims. Oshar, that's not always a flattering term. They were from our south of here, Riverlands area, and well, they had a time when they were studying. Both, you see, college, and well, I'm not quite sure what happened, but something happened in them that sparked wanderlust, and they took a more potent botanical ingredient. It's really not funny.
No,
but
I
yes.
No, it's not. It's not. It's no. No. I did not mean to offend you, but I.
Oh, it is a little funny actually. It is what you think. Greatest and manner of different uppers, downers, sidewayers. And they moved to Loshar. Enlightened. It told them that they needed to move there to become enlightened. It's quite common all over Illica. People come into Loshar and seeking enlightenment and realize the path isn't as glamorous. You don't carry possessions, and they fall into the culture of the pilgrim, which is to sit around for most of the day and, get most of your water from the day from corn in a bottle, and most of your vegetables from smoking them. And that was my upbringing until I was about... I can't really remember anymore. I believe 5 or 8, perhaps somewhere in between. Well, that's when the monks took me off their hands, and they were grateful. They said, "Oh well, we've named him after the great fame."
Oop, Connor,
I suppose. Oh,
No, I think you're good now. I think you cut out for a second.
Okay. All right. 2 decades passed, and here I am.
Well,
traveling the world on my pilgrimage.
based off of what you've told me, they sound like my people. And I think that you've sold me on it. After I'm done here and I move on, Loshar sounds like a nice place. With like-minded people.
Now, one moment. Who did I sell you on? Because I must know that I'm not sending you to some decrepit den full of... No, I'm teasing. There are many ways to enlightenment. Hardest ones, I find, are best. But still the hardest.
I would be lying if I said that the idea of taking any number of transcending fungi is not enticing to me, but also I know it might not be for everyone who comes to Loshar. I'm sure it's only for a few who get that new name, but there are some days that I wish I could leave my name behind and have a new one. So maybe when I'm there, I'll find a new one, and I can live a different life. I would like that. But
I would like that
there is
for you as well.
also the drugs. And I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest.
I had planned to use them as particular meditation, incidental journey aids, and he's going to reach into his pack and toss over the two mushrooms and say, "Oh, not all that meets the eye is within the eye's wavelength."
And you can
If you take those, you'll certainly see soon enough.
You can just see her smile at you and just kind of like look down at the ground. And you can see Roywin, the very quiet gnome woman, just kind of like her eyes are wide. And Electra just reaches over and looks directly at Roywin and grabs onto them and tucks them into her pocket and just smiles that huge shit-eating grin to Roywin as she is just like struck with wonder. And you can see the gnomish woman look over to you and say, "Did I just see the reincarnation of Ashima give psychedelic drugs to our rogue? Am I hallucinating? Electra, please tell me I'm hallucinating, please." And Electra just kind of looks to her.
You are mistaken. You are indeed mistaken. Not the reincarnation of Ashima, you see. Still out there somewhere. I'm simply his student.
Oh.
The psychedelic aids, that part is true enough.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You can just see
You on. Go ahead.
so you can just see her just kind of like staring down at the fire, just kind of like her eyebrows shooting up and then down, just thinking about this.
There are. Well, I'll give you another analogy. In order to truly understand the powers of self-regulation and the journey into one's own mind, there are impermanent shortcuts. Some of the monks will use these aids in order to allow depths and lights to just the end result, the limitless possibilities of the mind. That is the unfortunate thing, is that sometimes people misuse tools. Take an axe, for example. An axe felled a tree, which gave us this wood, which keeps us warm. It be used to fell a man. Full and evil sometimes. Depends on the heart of the person wielding it. Know where your heart is, and then journey from there.
Well, okay. Yeah. It makes more sense now, at least. Yeah. You can see Electra just stifling a little bit of a laughter, seeing a rise out of Roywin. But with that, eventually she just kind of stays in thought. Definitely less uncomfortable with it, but not exactly not exactly comprehending it yet. But eventually, morning does come, and with that, Ashima, Roywin, and Electra, the done. The
I was gonna say, don't be a narc.
So with that, eventually, rest finishes. All of you are able to wake up into the dawning sun and ready to make your final stretch of the journey to wherever this base of operations is. So everybody getting ready, everybody doing all of that. Are there any morning rituals as you're getting ready to head off?
Cecily shall eat the last bit of chocolate that she has saved for herself after last night's stunt, and she will do so over here, if that's important.
Okay. It is to me.
Yeah.
Bianca, before we get going, will look more at her book, but she's not just going to do it out in the big old group. So she's going to look more at her Blood Hunter book back here. But she's going to be ready to go for whenever we go.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make an, we'll say an intelligence check. Just as you're reading through it, gathering.
This one? No, that's insight. Is there an intelligence on this side? I don't think so.
No, you'll just have to click intelligence.
Yeah, in my character sheet. Okay. I will go to that.
I will find my way to the
Eventually,
intelligence score on my character sheet.
And ability check. Normal. There we go. I'm getting used to this. Eventually.
Okay, 16. All right. Cool. No doubt. So it is an unending process of going back and forth on this seemingly like never-ending cycle of archaic runes and unending complexities and this cipher that you have to keep going back and forth from correcting and translating and trying to study to read these different instances of other blood hunters who have done other things, right? A book of deeds and accomplishments that they have made. And you try to analyze it and eventually get it so you can understand more. And what you eventually find is that towards the middle third of the book, there's one thing that you are able to translate, and almost an incomplete formula of sorts, or someone who they were trying their best to figure out a way to take those ghost hunter and ghost slayer tricks that are used to hunt undead, and they tried to transform that into a way to hunt fiends. And you're not exactly able to crack it, but you feel like with maybe a little bit more time, you might be able to accomplish something. You might be able to figure out something, a way to better be able to hunt fiends, whether that be demons, devils, Yugoloths, or Demodans. So with that, you have that, and you can hear it about that point. Keothi comes over towards the tent and just peeks her head in and says,
Do you mind if I start packing away the tent?"
as you kind of like try and like slam the book and hide it.
Oh, yep, don't mind at all. Sorry, just got carried away. And then she's going to leave quickly after sliding a bookmark on that page. Keep that tabbed.
All right, hold over the corner, and you're yep, put it in your bag, and you head out. And you can see Keothi just kind of like, she didn't get a good glimpse of the book, but she just checks the odd behavior, and just sort of,
"All right, okay,"
and begins to disassemble the tent. And with that, the camp is torn down, and all of you then proceed to make your way through the daytime. So there we go. So all of you making your way throughout the forest once again. So as you are finishing up any of your morning rituals, was there anything anybody had other than the reading of the book and the eating of chocolate? Chocolate.
Connor, do the thing.
I can't do it. I can't. My voice is too dry.
Desmond is going to, for the first time, think about the fact that there's another Dragonborn here who is way buffer than he is, and he's gonna get upset and insecure. And he's gonna do an extra hard mini workout in the morning before they go.
Okay.
Gotta get them gains, boys.
Exactly. Trying to do clap push-ups.
Oh yeah. No, I'm trying to do in that episode of Avatar where they go to Kyoshi Island when Aang does the airbending breath push-ups. That's what I'm doing.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Alrighty. And then, so other than that, everybody getting their items all together and then heading out.
Mm-hmm.
Ready. Cool.
Ready for adventure.
So it's very nice because for the first day in the first time in several days of travel, there is no snow. Clear blue skies. There's still a bit of a breeze, but there's no snow. And you can see that any of the piles of snow near and next to you are pristine and untouched, until as all of you are walking along, those of you with higher perceptions, passive perceptions, notice that Electra begins to fade around towards the back in this marching order. And then Desmond, you feel the back of your head tunk, pelted with a snowball.
I'm gonna whip around.
All you
I'm
see,
gonna stare her down and say, "Oh,
you don't see Electra. You see Alika. He's the only one back there right now. No sign of Electra.
Does he look like he had just? Is there anything that makes it seem like it's suspicious that it was him and not somebody else?"
Well, after you whipped your head around, he is looking at you now.
Okay, I'm gonna stare him down and say, "Oh, big mistake," and I'm gonna whip out my slingshot, kind of toss it in the air, pack a snowball, grab it, and just one right towards him with with my slingshot.
All right, go ahead and roll for an attack with your slingshot.
Ooh.
You see him, you pull it back and you fling it towards him, and it flies, and he like ducks out of the way. He's like, "What do you mean I shouldn't have?" And with that, you see a snowball pelt Alika in the face, and he, "What?" And you can see, like, you turn around to see where the snowball came from. You can see Electra, like, climbed up in a tree, and she has, like, 4 more in her hands. And she says, "I recommend that you drop your weapons and hand over all of your gold."
I'm gonna try to do something that's probably not gonna work, because why on earth would it? I've been training to use my tail more.
Oh God!
So I'm gonna raise my hands, drop my slingshot, try to pick up a lump of snow. I know I'm not gonna be able to make a ball out of it, but I just want to fling as much snow towards her as I can with my tail.
Okay, all right. I want you to go ahead and I want you to go ahead and make a dexterity check for me. Okay, all right. So with that, you grab a clump of snow, and you do fling it towards her. It's not enough to actually hit her, but it is enough to disorient her. Seeing that her being disoriented, Alika shouts out, "Quick, spread out!" And you can see him like run behind a tree, grabbing snow and piling it up. And you can see the different companions also doing the same, clumping up the snow. And with that, what are all of you doing? Are all of you spreading out, or are you not playing these childish games?
Oh no, it's on.
Come on, this is
Oh,
war.
it's on. This is
I'm-
fun.
I'm gonna digging a
we're
trench
doing it.
in order to get cover.
Oh yes, can we all just build a fort?
Yeah, I'm gonna with the help of my mage
Time
hand
for a
start.
fort. Let's build trenches now.
Joe, is there anything cool that I can do as a water genasi to make like a really cool like snow fort or something?
Oh, hell yeah, man. Sure, yeah.
Ice fort.
All right, I'm gonna use my hammer and then whatever water genasi skills I have to make a really just awesome looking fort.
Okay, so with that, all of you
yeah.
run off into different areas, and Poe, pulling out your hammer, you like use your water genasi abilities to like pull up like a sheet of snow and like slam it with the hammer to create this like solid ice wall that now you and the party can hide behind.
Yeah.
And so all of you have like snowballs at the ready, and you can see like darting back and forth between the different trees. You can see the other the Brotherhood companions also like hiding back and forth between trees. And so what are all you doing? You got snowballs? Are you just waiting to see anybody?
I'm gonna be making, so you know how you can like when it's like that weird temperature of like freezing but not quite, where you can like heat it on the outside and then it refreezes to be like kind of icy and firm. I'm gonna do that, but with like the heat from my hands.
Oh no.
And like, so I'm making ice balls.
Oh God.
I'm just storing us up.
Evil person.
Yikes, dude.
Okay, so with that,
Maybe, next time we see Eurydice, I don't know,
Fucking ice balls coming your way.
okay,
Oh, man.
alrighty. So all of you have your snowballs ready, and you can see that the Brotherhood, apparently they must have made some type of deal with Electra, because now it seems like they're all working together, and you can see that Alika, he's hiding behind one of the trees, and you can, he's fairly wide, so even hiding behind these trees, even his shoulders are kind of poking out the other ends of it, and you can hear him shout out, and he says, "We're going to give you one chance. Surrender, or face our wrath."
All right, who wants to throw the first ice ball?
All right, I'm gonna use my mage hand. Let me just, and I'm gonna. I wanna basically try to get my mage hand in the position where I can kind of just flank them and do like a side, like a curve ball.
Yeah. Okay, sure. You grab the mage hand and you get it into a position where you feel like you could throw it. Go ahead and make a charisma check. This is a spell-based thing you're trying to do here.
Would you say Arcana or like a spell attack thing?
A spell attack thing. So if you just, I don't know, just want to roll like Firebolt, we can just take that. Definitely not throwing one of those, but we can at least take the attack there.
Yeah, we just.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't do the thing. Hold on. That's not. Oh god. Hold on. Is it?
There we go. You got it. Okay, so with that, you like fling the snowball, but Alika sees it coming and he dodges out of the way. The snowball slams into a tree that's near him, and he says, "This means war!" And with that, all of the he says, "Brotherhood, attack!" And they all kind of begin to spread out, and you see them like make their way around towards the ice wall that you have, and they just begin like throwing snowballs at all of you. And you can see that Electra, also being a water genasi, not having the hammer, but being a water genasi, she does the same thing where she just like will use her that one ability as she gets closer to all of you. She does use her once a day like shape water, and she like pulls up just a big sheet of snow and just like flings it towards the six of you. And you can see that like Keothi is trying very hard to like make like little ramparts and walls around all of you using these like huge hands that are like bulldozers for snow. So with that, I'd like all of you to make a dexterity saving throw as Electra conjures that big sheet of icy snow and flings it towards all of you.
Dexterity saving throw.
I like that your cursors move, and I can see where you're moving on your character sheet. It's really funny to me.
Did mine even go?
I don't think so.
I don't see it.
Oh, here it is.
There we go. Oh,
Oh no.
beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay.
I'd rather not have rolled than rolled that.
Alrighty. So,
Halfway.
so with that, Bianca and Ashima, the two of you were able to dodge the brunt of it, only getting a few bits of icy snow on your cheeks. Desmond, you avert it completely, where you were able to like jump out of the fort and then jump back in, and actually in that same moment grabbing a snowball and throwing it and pelting her directly into the face, and she kind of says, "Oh, that is cold, that is cold," and she kind of falls back onto her back. Cecily and Poe, you guys are just completely covered in icy snow. And Poe, even though you're a water genasi, that's cold as shit. Okay, so then as the rest of them are approaching, are the rest of you just making snowball attacks?
I would like to make many attack.
Okay.
My ally Poe is gonna snowball die, so I'm gonna run over to him and start trying to deflect projectiles and like swatting snowballs.
And I want to bring out my sword.
All right. And all right, whoa! Make the stakes even higher. I'm gonna cast jump, and I'm gonna slap Desmond on the back and just say, "Have fun." So you can now jump 3 times as high.
Okay. Can I?
Nice.
Is there a place where there's a lot of them underneath like a tree or something?
Yeah, you can see that at least Johanna and Roywin are both sitting under one tree. They have snowballs, and they keep just like throwing like suppressing fire. You can see those two clumped together. The rest of them seem rather spread out.
Okay. After I feel the spell from Cecily, I'm gonna like look to her and be like really like looking for like approval and permission to like go ham, pretty much.
And she will do one of those. Yeah, she'll do one of those shrug things. That's like, you know, in Spider-Man 2, where Mr. Aziz is like, "Go!" Yeah, it's gonna be like that.
I'm gonna break out around the fort, take a run and jump, and try to grab onto a branch and shake as much snow down onto the two of them as possible.
Yeah, sure, easy enough. You jump onto it, and they are just completely shaking the tree. They are completely, like, covered. Roywin up to her neck, and Johanna up to about her waist in snow. And they say, all right, we yield, like both of them shouting out, yielding to you, Desmond. So there you go. You've taken out 2 people. However, so Ashima, you make your way over towards Poe, and you can see that Nadar is like flinging like 7 or 8 snowballs, and with each one you're able to like grab and catch and throw back. Did you want to like throw back at him or just throw them down?
There's probably too many for me to like grab, and if I stop, you know, I'll get hit. Like if I stop to turn it, so I just want to start like swatting them.
Okay, so yeah, with your quarterstaff, just completely breaking them. However, as you're distracted with Nadar, let's see, you get hit by about 4 snowballs from behind by Electra. Just all 4 into your head. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me, Ashima.
I'm gonna choose to fail it. Just
okay, yeah. So you try and keep your balance.
No, like they can't that high. I'll yield.
Okay, so you fall down as well. Ashima or Poe, you see Ashima fall onto the ground, unconscious, and then you can see Electra behind you about 15 feet away with about 4 more snowballs, and she just sort of looks at you and says, "So what will it be? Concede or be buried in ice?"
Ashima will sit up and, you know, faking his death throws, will say, "Oh, where? She's cold."
What?
Heart.
Oh, what are you doing? She's got 4 more snowballs, 1 in her hand, 5 total, and she's about 15 feet away from you.
How many snowballs do I have?
I'd probably say you maybe have 3 or 4 in your hands right now, right? You had just gotten knocked down by the sheet of snow. You're already pretty cold. You only got like 2 in your hands, like 1 in each hand. Unless you have your sword out, because then you only have 1.
No.
Okay.
Okay, maybe I should reconsider and take that a little bit. No. I'm going to just YOLO that. I'm going to dive while trying to launch what little I have to try to like to hit her and take her out. I know she has way more ammo, but I want my ammo to hit right. So
okay, alrighty.
Prone shot.
We'll go ahead and say make an athletics check for me.
okay, hopefully my rolls can get better this session.
All right. Okay. Alrighty. So let's see. She's gonna make a dexterity saving throw. See if she can dodge out of the way. Because if not, she's already been hit once with an ice ball, and this is 2 more. Electra, dexterity saving throw, normal, and 24!
Dang it.
Ooh,
Oh, no.
okay, so you
Dang.
throw both at her, and she dodges out of the way of both, and with that, you, like, on the ground 5 feet away from her, and she just sort of looks down at you, tossing the one in her hand, and she says, "The game was rigged from the start," and pelts 5 different snowballs in your face. Okay.
Thing, baby.
I'm gonna take my arm off and throw it at her.
She kind of.
Just kidding.
Okay.
No, you should. That's really funny.
Oh,
I'm gonna take my arm off and throw. You do, and she kind of. She falls over, and she's like, all right.
And at some point in the game,
My God.
Yeah.
If the fight is still raging,
Yes,
I have an idea.
Right now, it's just it's Desmond, Bianca, and Cecily versus Alika, and it's 3v3 because wait, Keothi, you still have Keothi too, because then there is there is Alika, Erebos, and Nadar. Those 3 are still in there, and then it's you 3 plus Keothi, and Keothi looks to you, Cecily, and she says,
Cecily, I promised that I would never cause harm or violence onto any creature. I don't know if I can do this.
Well, this is perfect then. Just pretend to fight me real quick, and I'm gonna disguise self and turn into Nadar as best as I can.
okay, so you turn into like a 6'2" Dragonborn.
Yep.
Okay, alrighty.
I'm allowed to be a foot taller, so.
Yeah, okay. So she's
Boom.
like,
You have done very mean things to me, and I am very upset with you.
Oh,
Good, keep it going.
oh,
And then
you do not understand.
I'm gonna just try to be throwing snowballs at her and get the attention of the other ones and be like, Alika, you must help. She is approaching.
Okay, go ahead and make a deception check.
Okay. My character sheet's being weird, so I'm just gonna keep doing the typed out. No, I messed up again. It's okay. I know what all my stats are, so I just have to figure out how to.
Okay, make an insight check. Okay, alrighty. So, Alika shouts out, "I am coming, Nadar!" and runs over towards you, and you can see he's completely exposed now as Keothi is right in front of you, and Alika throws 2 snowballs at Keothi, and both hit Keothi in the face, and she says, "Did you need something? And just the snow just kind of sliding off. I spend most of my life in mountains. I am not affected by snow that much." And Keothi just kind of looks to Poe and Ashima and says, "Oh, I am meant to sit. I see. Okay." And she just kind of sits down as if she thinks she's supposed to. She's out, I guess. And so that Alika runs over to you, Cecily, and says, "I am here. We are so close to victory."
I'm gonna turn around and pelt Alika right in the face.
All right, go ahead and make a dexterity check with advantage. He's so close, he's distracted.
Okay. Dexterity with advantage. What? Come on. No, I clicked disadvantage. Damn
That's
it.
okay. We'll take the higher of the 2, whatever they are. Okay, well, it didn't roll either. It didn't.
Well.
Oh, here we go. I can roll it with advantage right there. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, look at that.
Well, sweet.
Oh my gosh. Bianca, with advantage, that's a natural 20. So you absolutely murder the poor guy, and you
Alika's dead.
you.
Oh no.
You, as he's distracted, Cecily, you shape change away, melting back to your original self, and he says, "What? No, how?" And he goes to turn around, and Bianca, you just crack, and the snowball flings directly into his face, and he says, "No!" And he falls back and lands on top of the ice sheet that Poe made. Oh! And the huge Leonin just slams down onto the snow and, sprawls out. "I was a general, and I have fallen." Oh.
You've been tricked by the oldest trick in the book. I'm Cecily.
No! All right, but
Bianca
Cecily.
will offer Cecily a high five.
Bianca, as you're distracted, crack into the side of your ear, an icy snowball slams into you, and you fall over. Well, make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
See if you can still stay standing from that
See.
crack eye shot. Okay, so it slams into your ear and you fall over onto the ground. Oh, it hurts so much. And you can see now Cecily, Nadar. You can see Nadar standing 20 feet away from you, snowball in hand. And he says, "As much as I hate to admit it, your impression of me is quite good, but it will not save
What do you
from
mean?
this." No, stop it.
What are you talking about? You're the real Nadal. I'm the real Nadal.
No, I'm the real.
It is me.
No, I am. And Desmond, as he's distracted, you get Poe's arm from him. What do you want to do?
Okay. I'm gonna load a snowball into it, and I'm gonna leap of faith jump out of the tree, arms wide, and I'm gonna use it for extra leverage, like those dog ball throwing toys.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna wham and launch it out of Poe's arm, snowball at Nadar.
Okay, go ahead and make a dexterity check with advantage.
Dexterity check. Ability check. Advantage.
And that's weird.
Did it not roll advantage for me either?
There you go, that's weird though. Okay, well, advantage would have been a 9. Okay, so 18, so yeah, easy enough. As you swing around and about and you go to drop down, you are able to line up the shot as he's yelling back and forth between Nadar and other Nadar. You know which one's Cecily, though. You know right by the wall. And you aim and you shoot out of Poe's arm. Such a wild sentence. And it slams into the back of the head of Nadar, and he falls over and he says, No! And lands face first in the snow. And with that, Cecily and Desmond, the two of you share a look. And you look at the horrors of the battlefield. Your friends dead lying in the snow. Dead, air quotes, dead lying in the snow. And you look at the friends you had made along the way. And you ask yourselves, was it really worth it? And with that, after you're having that thought, all of them kind of stand up. And Alika makes his way over towards you, Bianca, and helps you up. And he says, well, I hate to admit it, but that was quite the pelt.
Thanks.
And all of the rest of them make their way over towards each and every one of you, and they just, those of you who were knocked down, they start to help you up and laughing along the way.
I want to turn to Alika.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nah, I want to turn to Alika and just, we might still be able to win this fight. He got the wrong Nadar, and then I'm gonna throw a snowball at Desmond. Just point blank.
Desmond, no saving throw, no nothing, just the snowball pelts you in the face.
Haha! Victory for the Brotherhood! I'm just fucking kidding, dude. It's Cecily, and I'm gonna turn back.
And you see Alika just kind of stare at you and then just roar into this
That was a good one. We'll have to remember that trick later on down the line.
Yeah, hasn't failed me yet. Well, that's kind of what failed. That's what got us. Never mind.
Very well.
So, with that, helping each other up, getting the snow off your winter clothes, all of you with a little bit more levity and a little bit more happiness, you begin to make your way through the rest of your journey. So I will say that it is about 7 hours of walking and marching, and it seems as though you're getting to a part of the woods where the activity has thinned out considerably. Even animals you're not passing very much anymore. There's no odd sounds you're hearing from the forest, the rustling of trees, nothing. It's just silence, aside from the crunching of the snow underneath your own footfalls. So in that time span of just you guys walking after the snowball fight, is there anything that you guys were that you guys wanted to do or talk about, or are you just kind of marching along waiting for your waiting to get to this this Brotherhood base of operations?
As we're walking away from the snowball fight, I think Ashima will remark, I wish all conflict could be solved that way. But how would they solve wars in the desert? The only issue.
Yeah, sand in the eyes isn't good.
No.
Erebos says,
Desmond at this point has... At this point, the intensity of the battle has gone away in Desmond's, what is the word? I don't know.
Adrenaline?
But now that adrenaline has gone away, he's now extra freezing cold, having snow and pelt all over him. So he is very, very quiet, huddled in his the cloak that Keothi made, the cloak that he got in Summer's Rest, and like a blanket around him, just kind of waddling like that kid, the younger brother in the Christmas Story movie, when he's like, he can't put his arms down.
Yeah, while he's shivering and using all this stuff to cover him up, Poe's gonna come over and swipe his arm back from Desmond.
Oh, you strap your arm back on. Make sure that it's right.
Thanks, Poe.
No problem.
When it came down to deciding whose arm was better, he made a choice.
So, Desmond, as you're freezing, Keothi makes her way back towards you, and she says, "Oh, Desmond." And she kind of walks a little closer to you and kind of puts her arm around your shoulder. And this, Keothi radiates a lot of heat. So you feel a little better with her standing next to you, just kind of like walking side by side with you, trying her best to keep you a little more warm.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, give me that Kyo warmth.
All right. Well, she's gonna leave the party and never come back now.
Yeah. It's 300 degrees Kyo up in here.
300 degrees. Never heard of that measurement of
300 degrees.
Yeah.
300 grass Tyson.
I'm gonna go.
I do just want to throw out that it is now canon that Keothi is objectively hot. For Joe's comment.
I'm gonna go.
There you go. Alrighty. So, with
I
that,
realized that was up for debate.
all of you begin to make your way, and then eventually around maybe 5 o'clock, you can see the trees beginning to thin out quite a bit. And you start to hear the sounds of people talking and the sound of not fighting but training. You can very clearly hear the sound of swords clashing, but no shouting war cries or anything like that. You can just hear people, like I said, training. And as you eventually break through the trees, Poe, you are one of the first people to see the insanity of what is in front of you. Because of the thick density of the trees, you never saw it until it was maybe about 50, 60 feet in front of you. But you see maybe stacking or standing 30, 40, maybe even 45 feet tall is this huge wall of almost, it almost looks like ice, where it is just almost translucent and blue. But you can see these different platforms of wood sticking out from it, a wall of sorts. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and move all of you. So reload the scene because there's stuff there, and then pull all to scene. So as all of you are down here right at the bottom, breaking through the tree line, you can see that there are people standing on platforms, guards standing on top of that wall, and you can see a woman with like deep auburn red hair sort of braided off to one side, and then this very, very fine studded leather armor with 2 swords slung on her back, standing right in the breach. And as soon as she sees you enter first, Poe, entering this area, she says, "Archers! Archers, draw!" And then as soon as hearing the voice, you can see Alika sort of make his way out and forward. And then the woman, she sheaths her sword behind her back again. And you can see her smile and nod. And with that, Alika gestures back and he says,
"Looks like we've made it. Please, sir, Valeria is going to want to meet you. The leader of the Brotherhood is always excited to meet those who are willing to help."
And with that, all of you, and just for simplicity's sake, I'm going to move everybody all at once. You begin to make your way forward, getting a better view of that woman. Apparently, her name being Valeria. So as all of you begin to get a better look of her, and you begin to approach this massive wall, and looking past her through this one broken part of it, you can see buildings. Buildings all in a very similar style to the spire, the old spire outpost. Very similar to that tower. But shaped like houses. A little bit larger than what you're used to. All giving off that same sort of translucent, or all looking that blue translucent material. And you can hear the sounds of combat training ringing throughout, and the sounds of life. Not a bandit camp full of sorrow and sadness and angst, but there's what almost sounds like a small village behind these walls. But before we get there, we're going to take a small break as all of you begin to approach Valyria. Woo! Alrighty. So that is what I said. We're gonna take a quick break, but then we will be back in probably 5-10 minutes. So if you're woo! Epic snowball fight, guys.
Loved it.
Honestly, deadly.
So if you're enjoying the stream so far, I recommend you go check out the Discord. We currently just started a text RP thing based in the world of Illica, and it's already so good. It gives you an opportunity to roleplay with not just these 5 people, but also with the other, let's see, what is that? 8 players that I have in my other 2 campaigns. There's a lot of good stuff going on in there. And plus, if you just like talking about nerdy stuff, that is the best place to go do it. We love talking about anything and everything nerdy and geeky. So, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back in like 5-10 minutes after we get some snacks. And then we'll continue to see how the party reacts to the Brotherhood and how the Brotherhood reacts to them. All right. We'll be back. Wow, hello, welcome back. We are back. We're ready to dive back in. So, no reason for delay. Let's just go ahead and dive right in. So, last we had left off, picking up right where we left off, the group, our group here, the Runaways, they had found themselves traversing through the wilderness and through the forest, hoping to find something, hoping to escape the law and find answers, and hopefully find their way, back to the town of Giant's Bridge, hoping that they might have something there that could help them in getting rid of this eagle eye of the law that is currently on them. However, instead of finding their way there, they ended up finding a group known as the Brotherhood, at least a small portion of that group. A group of 6 individuals adventuring together, trying to find their base of operation, knowing generally where it was, but keep getting lost in the woods. But with your help, and with the help of Keothi, all of you were able to make your way semi-safely through the wilderness, seemingly working together as a team. Any large groups or any groups that may have been going to attack you, seeing the massive 12 making their way through the forest as they were swayed against it. So, you all, after several days of traveling and adventuring, you eventually do get to this base of operation, the wall, as it's called. These huge sheets of ice, stacking maybe 30, 40, maybe even 50 feet high up into the air. And you can see that confronting you, as you approach with the other members of the Brotherhood, is Valeria, the supposed leader of the Brotherhood. So, as the 12 of you approach, you can see Alika, he sort of gestures back to you and waves his arm up for you to pause for a moment, and he makes his way up towards Valeria, and he says a few words to her, talking back and forth, and then he makes his way back towards all of you, and he looks towards the Runaways and says,
"Now, I'm letting all of you know that Valeria wishes to speak with all of you. It shouldn't be anything too serious, but we all need to get acclimated and understand what our jobs are going to be for the next few months. In the meantime, she will talk to you about whatever she wishes to speak with you about, and hopefully before you leave, if your intention is to turn around and head back, then I hope you'll at least come say farewell before you depart."
And he gives a little smile, and looks towards the rest of the companions, and all of them begin to follow suit, with making their way over towards there. They begin to make their way through that area into the wall, and you can see the different tents, at least right in front of here, until eventually they sort of disappear into the crowd. So, in the current moment, just stands the 5 of you plus Keothi, and this woman, Valeria. And you can see 2 swords sheathed in her back, the very tight-knit studded leather armor and gambeson over it, and the auburn red hair tucked behind her head with the small braids on the sides of her head. She begins to approach all of you. And you can see, and I'm going to go ahead and figures. Pages. I'm going to reload. And now you can get a better idea. Now that you're a little bit closer, you can see that there are guards along the top of those walls, and then quite a few soldiers in armor with weaponry behind the wall. Valeria approaches, standing maybe 10, 15 feet in front of you. And she says, "So, welcome to the Echo
of Koldober. Seems as though, from what Elika told me, the group of you have made quite the journey to be here. And a journey you did not have to make. Is it true?
That is correct.
Well, you have done me and my own a great service. I do not know how you ended up in the woods, scattered from the heartland of Bella Clara. But I'm sure that if you are here, it is not exactly for a great reason. So, I offer you this. Traveling throughout the evergreen expanse is, well, it is not the most fun thing. It is rather straining and stressful. So, I make two offers to you for your services for bringing Elika and his members to me. You may stay here for as long as you like. There is plenty of houses that you may stay at, that you may have to yourself, with a hearth and beds, and as much food and drink as you wish to have while you are here. And then, when you feel as though your bones are warmed and you are ready to depart, I will send you with two of my best rangers, and they will make sure that you get to wherever you need to go. And they will make sure that you stay out of the way of most conflicts. This is the least I can do for what you have done to me. I don't know how many of you know who Elika is, but this is a good day for us. So if you wish to eat something and then leave tonight, that is fine, but I recommend staying for a while and warming yourself up at least a little bit. But the choice is yours. Tell me what you wish to do, and we will make it happen.
Looking over to the rest of the group, especially Ashima and Poe, Yaka will say, I wouldn't mind taking a rest for a while, but what do you guys think?
It's been a long journey. I think rest, normal rest, would be really good for all of us.
You know, the snow isn't covering our tracks anymore either, so maybe we should just hang out somewhere for a few days. Hope people stop looking for us.
That's a good point.
How long, Uncle, will your parents be in Giant's Bridge?
Oh, they'll be there a while. They don't like to journey too often, so when they do, they stick around. They make it worthwhile. So I don't think you have too much of a time crunch, but we shouldn't stay longer than maybe a couple days.
All right. Well-being of our group does come first before the mission.
So a couple days?
Yeah.
If that is what you wish, I will see it done. Please, follow me, and I will take you through and show you where you'll be staying for the next few days.
Thank you.
And she smiles. And with that, all of you begin to follow along. And here.
Oh, you're doing a lot of moving there. Desmond, oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
I tripped, I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, there we go.
I tripped, I'm
right.
sorry. Tripped all over.
I tripped in a 40-foot shape.
I tripped, and halfway through I thought I need to make this look good, and then I just kind of rolled all over the place to get back in the position.
Yeah, that looks better. Let me just run around for 10 seconds.
A barrel roll somersault.
Yeah, this is less awkward.
You just pulled like a Link. You just like tripped and rolled and then rolled again and just kept going.
Right.
Okay, so with that, go ahead and reload and pull all two. Go. So all of you can see the collection of houses, and as I said, people training. As I said, it's not snowing, and the only difference from the image here is then the image here is you can see the houses, as opposed to being made of like cobbled stone or brick or wood, they're all made from that similar dull translucent blue, almost ice, what looks like it is. And you can see that as Keothi is walking along with all of you, she does look rather uncomfortable, just sort of looking around and eyes shooting back and forth and looking at the different buildings. And as you're walking along, Valyria, the woman, she begins to gesture in different directions, and she says, whenever you are hungry, you can head to that side of the small fortress, and you'll be able to find people who are preparing stews, meats, breads, and whatever vegetables they can grow. You'll find them over there. In case you ever need something to drink, whether that be water, milk, or something a little stronger, you can find it over on that corner of the city. And should you ever need to come find me, Elika, or any of the ones you encountered, there are either training grounds right in front of the breach in the wall, back behind us, or in the opposite corner, over by that watchtower. If there's ever something that you see that you feel as though needs to be said, feel free to find me, and I will try my best to address it. And you can see as you're walking through, there's maybe 400-500 people in this small little village, almost, in these ice houses. And as you continue to walk, she looks around, and then eventually she gets to a small cottage. Couldn't be any larger than Bianca's shop back in Summer's Rest, but she opens the door on it and gestures for all of you to enter. And as all of you can walk in, you see a very simple home. A collection of different cots set up and a small hearth off to the corner. And she says, believe me, I will be back shortly with some wood for the hearth, so that way you do not freeze. The homes can get fairly warm, so just be careful, and whenever you get too hot, make sure that you extinguish the fire. As the drastic temperature change from the freezing cold of out here to the, well, warmth of inside can cause damages. So be careful when it comes to that.
Thank you.
Well, trying to think if there's anything else, but I think that I should leave all of you. Well, should you want to explore the town, that is fine. Sure, there are plenty here who would love to hear your stories and hear why you're here. My only request is that there is an area to the northwest point of the wall. Northwest corner of this small fortress. Several months ago, there was a cave-in in the ground. Anyone who goes there now, they tend to not come back. But it's such a small portion of the city that we try not to worry about it too much, as we keep guards posted all around, but I would recommend for your own safety to avoid that place in particular. But I think other than that, you are free to wander as you see fit. And should, like I said, you wish to talk to me about anything, feel free to come and find me.
If I may, this cave. Did you say anyone had returned from there or brought anything out?
No. When it first happened, we did send scouts in to see what they could find, but no one ever came back. So,
Worrying.
Yes, very worrying indeed. So, instead of focusing on whatever may be down there, we decided it'd be best to focus on the matters at hand, which was, well, dealing with the guard that exists in Beliclara. As nothing has ever come out of that hole to harm us. So,
Hopefully it'll stay that way.
hopefully. Well, we'll be back momentarily with your wood. In the meantime, feel free to familiarize yourself with the cottage. She smiles and heads out the door and shuts it behind her. And you can tell that it is, it's comfortable in here. I mean, even though there's no fire, it is a comfortable temperature. In all honesty, it's not warm, but you're not freezing. So with that, all of you are alone for maybe 5 or 10 minutes until eventually she returns with several helping hands. And as the door opens, she says, "You two, in there, start the fire." In order. And very short and curt with any of the soldiers with her. They come in, they set one bundle of logs inside the fireplace and then 2 other ones off to each side. They light the fire, and then there is a small bag of what looks to be a few water skins, and then also a few bundles of meats and cheeses and some cold vegetables. And they're set down on a table in the center of the cottage. And the 2 soldiers, they depart as quickly as they were arrived, and Valeria smiles once again and talking to all of you with a much smoother tone. And she says, "Well, I hope that is more than amicable. Is there anything else that any of the 5 of you can think, or 6 of you can think of that you would wish to have?"
Oh. You've met our needs, and this alone is decadence. Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course. And, well, if there is nothing else, then, and she looks towards, Keothi and then towards the 5 of you and says, "Zahodalar." Puts a hand to her fist and nods her head, and looks towards Keothi and says, "Glory to the builders." And nods her head towards Keothi specifically, and makes her way out and shuts the door. And with that, you can see that Keothi kind of sits down next to the fire and is a little uncomfortable. Kind of takes out a small journal and begins to jot things down in there, and just begins to hum away next to the fire.
Leave Keothi for a second, but be near her so she's within earshot, because I want her to know this as well. This cave-in troubles me.
Yeah.
You'll have the same premonition.
Well,
Kind of.
doesn't sound great, but what has?
We can.
Tunnel. Old, winding, and long, and especially the salamanders that can go on for miles. Worried that perhaps our adversaries may have an avenue here.
Well, do we want to leave sooner than we expected? Like, we can either leave tonight or stay for a night, leave in the morning. What do you guys think?
I would prefer to stay tonight. It's just a little warmer here than it has been literally everywhere else.
I am enjoying being in a physical structure, you know.
Just one night of this would be good for me, I think, and then I'd be good to leave whenever after that.
Of course. The health of the group should come first, and as well as the morale. Just wanted to voice my concern.
I think it's good to be cautious, knowing what we know about all of that. It could easily be nothing, but if it's not, it's better to just act like it is.
Yes. Even though we're amongst friends, let's stay wary.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people don't seem like criminals, if that makes any sense.
Yes, that does make sense.
Does anyone seem like a criminal? I mean, look at me.
Oh, actually,
And all of
Desmond.
I would.
We're criminals now, so we'll kind of.
True criminals hide behind a mask that denies their own self. Like a bandit who
You know,
skull and
I've been a criminal for as long as I can remember. Winks at the camera.
I like how you interrupted
What
Connor
I
to say
mean-
that joke.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I didn't hear you. Connor,
I'll
my
just
bad.
let you be on The Office. Why don't you just? No, I'm joking.
EU sitcom.
I appreciate it.
Runaways.
Run away. Okay, anyways, I find that criminals often hide behind a mask, hides their true self. Like a bandit who carries around a skull and rants about building skulls for the skull throne, all of that. It's all very rather uninspired, really. Like the folks here, like you, Desmond, like you, Cecily. May have committed crimes in your lives, but very strange, the two of you. With preferences. Bread. There's a knack for, well, performing feats of acrobatics that he knows might not turn out well. You have quirks. Strange. You're people. Criminals don't want people to think they're strange. They hide behind the mask of a criminal. All your money in the
Criminals
bag.
make the
Drop on the
laws.
value.
Well,
Well, maybe we
nothing
should
else.
enjoy this food.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, hey, we ended up back in a small wooden house. Gotta mean something.
Yeah. Feels homey. I like it.
Yeah. Thinking of running away again, Poe?
Hopefully not anytime soon.
Maybe we should chain him down just to be sure.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
Please. I don't want to have to leave ever again.
Jeez, Poe.
All right. He said
That
it.
was almost funny,
Legitimate
and then you
guy.
just... Are you actually doing it?
No.
Okay.
It was almost funny, but what, Cecily?
Whatever. You just making it all dramatic.
No,
it's all right.
It sounded like you had something to say.
Just
I've had only a few moments to be able to talk to you guys, but I've definitely noticed, something's not being said, especially between, you know, Cecily and you, Desmond.
well, this is awkward as shit. You want to just not worry about this right now?
No, I think Poe has a valid point. I'll help Bianca with the tea.
I am going to get some fresh air. I need to, I have questions that need answered. And she kind of just abruptly shuts her book, Keothi does, and just stands up and then walks out of the house on a very, very obvious mission. Shut the door behind her, as if the conversation happening between Cecily and Poe is non-existent, and just heads out.
Bianca will lean over to Ashima and be like, we should check on that later, and then continue with the tea.
Odd. In agreement.
Okay. Cool. All right, cool. Poe, just what do you want? What's up?
We've been through a lot of things together, and I'd have to say, like, the first few days of even adventuring together, like, us three have gone through quite an adventure, I would say. Enough to head back to Water's Wake, but, it kept going. Even though I would argue that we almost got murdered within the first 48 hours of leaving Water's Wake, but I just hope that if something bothers either of you, you guys would be able to come to me. And since we've left, I feel like I've been becoming closer to both of you, and I've definitely noticed since I've been back, something's been bothering you guys. And I'm not very good at stuff like this, and I've just been waiting to be able to have the opportunity to talk to you guys about this. And I'm sorry I made it awkward, but just lay it out on the table, please. Because I just want my friends back completely.
Well, oh, go ahead.
No, nothing.
Okay. It's not fair for me to be upset with you. But for some reason, I just kind of am. And I don't know why. I've had a lot of shit going on, recently. And you were my only real friend, it felt like, for a really, really long time. Even back in Water's Wake, you know, not a lot of people really liked me. In fact, most people either disliked me actively or only tolerated me to use me. And you were the first person I ever met who wasn't like that. It just really, really sucked to feel like I was losing that when you were gone. We didn't know who or when or if you were gonna come back, and what if you died, or what if you, I don't know, found something better and went with that, or and it's really, really unfair of me, like I said, but I want to be a little selfish because, I mean, you're my best friend, Poe. And I don't want to lose that.
Who's gonna put his hand on Desmond? I sometimes miss more than anything working in Water's Wake and just waiting for the days that you would come by and ask for tiny favors and not really wondering what the heck you're going to be doing with the things I made for you, but it was always exciting because for the first time ever, it felt like I was making stuff for someone who's doing something awesome, adventurous even if, you know, whatever you did with them, it's just, to me in Water's Wake, you were the first hero I made something for. And I've never really known how to explain that. I never even knew that I would have to explain that. But when I left, I went from being in Water's Wake to leaving with you two, to being with you two, Bianca and Nishima, and going through everything that happened in Summer's Rest, to having a weird dream that's calling me to take me away from everything that I had just fallen in love with and found home in and purpose in. And I just had to answer that call, and during that entire time I was gone, it was Water's Wake and thinking of you two and the moments we had with Bianca Nishima. It was those things that pulled me through. And ultimately, the very thing that brought me back to you guys, so. I know there hasn't been a good time to say that since I've been back, but I just hope that you guys know that, you're my best friends too.
I just really don't want to lose you for real. I mean, I don't want to lose any of you guys for real, but you just gotta keep us in the fucking loop, man. We can help you if you're going through anything. I mean, I want to help you.
Well, if leaving this time told me anything, it's that I'm not leaving ever again. And I've realized that, glory in legendary stories are never achieved when someone is by themselves. The most glorious and legendary of stories are with friends, and I thought I understood that when I wrote that letter to you guys, but I especially understand that now.
Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna go walk around or something. I don't know. I don't know. And she'll go ahead and exit the home and just find some place to wander, but not go very far. She's just getting out of the room.
Okay. So, as you head back outside, the sounds of life comes to you. You can hear people talking and chit-chatting. The training of soldiers, being practiced for war. You don't move too far away. There are a few people who stop and smile at you and nod, and then just continue on with their day as if they weren't in a fortress in the middle of nowhere, as if they were someplace where they could be happy and content, full of something, anything. But as you wander around, looking around for something to do, is there anything in particular, or are you just wandering?
No. I mean, she's probably just gonna pace around a bit and then eventually end up within a few minutes just sitting outside the house. She's doing that thing that we do sometimes where she leaves, but she doesn't go that far so that if somebody were to follow her, that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's being a little dramatic, but yeah, she won't go too far, and she'll kind of just end up pouting outside the little building.
Okay. Alrighty. So all of you see Cecily leave. Do any of the four of you still in the building go after her, or you just kind of let her go?
I'm not going to go after her, but I will bring the tea.
Okay.
To the people who do not have tea.
I don't have tea.
Alrighty.
You do now.
Oh man. Okay. So, Bianca and Ashima bring tea to Desmond and to Poe, and do the four of you just kind of sip in silence, or what's going on there?
Oh, definitely for a moment. But
Ashima will light up after like a minute or so. Say, did you know, there is a whole ceremony that is done every time friends or family take tea together?
I did not.
I don't know the rites of the ceremony, but what an incredible thing to think about.
Poe is holding his tea, not really sipping it, but just kind of looking out, kind of blinded and deaf to anything going on, just kind of lost in a trance right now. And he's like that for a few minutes before he's like, you know what? And he gets up and he goes after Cecily.
Ooh, okay, alrighty. So, Poe, as you make your way out, after sitting there for maybe 10, 15 minutes, eventually, after getting up, setting the tea down, and making your way outside, you can see opening the door directly to the right of the door is Cecily, sitting right next to the door. She either walked around and came back, or she did not get that far. Cecily, you can see the door open, and looking down at you is Poe.
She won't look up at him right away, or at all.
Just like talk to me. You know, I haven't known you this close for very long, but like, I know when something's up. I know when you're pissed off about something. And I've noticed very often since I've been back that you have definitely been pissed off when I'm around.
Is Cecily respond at all?
Nope.
Oh, you're just yelling at a brick wall.
Good minute of silence if you let it stay there.
Well, he will sit there for an awkwardly long amount of time before, I guess, taking a walk himself and just kind of being away from everything for a short amount of time before heading back in and sipping on his tea silently.
So, Poe would have maybe stands there for 45, 50 seconds, almost long enough, but then he walks away. Not back into the house, but walks away and maybe spends 5-10 minutes walking around, probably making the exact same rounds that you did, Cecily, and then eventually comes back to the house. So as he's making his way in, do you say anything or let him walk in?
While he was out, I'm gonna have placed his cup by the hearth.
Okay. Come back to warm tea. Yeah.
Thank God. Such a smart idea.
Oh, Cecily, do you say anything?
I
He
didn't.
Walks in?
I'll I mean, if he comes back around in front of me this time, I'll like stand up. You know, I'll stand up in front of him for a second and stop him.
You know, I was just remarking how it's an incredible thing. In Atarashi, they have a ceremony, whole ceremony, every time they take tea with friends and family tea.
So Poe, as you're about to enter the door, you hear Ashima say that, and before you're able to go into the house, Cecily stops you from entering.
Oh, sorry, I thought they were already in. But I'll redact that for now.
It's background noise.
No, it was good.
I'll say it later.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so Poe, before you're able to walk into the house, Cecily does stand in front of you and stop you.
and she's gonna... You can tell she's, like, about to say something, but she's kind of just... Nothing's coming out for a second. And then... Out of nowhere, she's just gonna slap you in the face. Like, hard.
Crack! Across the side of your face. You can feel the blood begin to pump to your cheek, Poe, and you can feel the warmth pulse through that area and the sharp pain. And the rest of you can hear that crack from inside the house. Poe, slapped in the face, your face is like knocked off to one side. What do you do?
Roll a death saving throw.
No, Poe. No, Poe. You're slapped in the face by Cecily in a very tense moment. Very dramatic. What do you do?
Poe's obviously going to be caught off guard and put his hand on his face and, you know, all the sorts. But, you know, Cecily will talk the way Cecily talks. And he's pretty content with her at least sharing her feelings with him in the way that she did, because it's better than her bottling it up and, you know, being the way Cecily is towards him. So he's going to shoot back, but he's also going to kind of like smile and you know, sometimes things are best unsaid. But I just hope that, you know, that I'm, like, I am sorry for what I did.
Oh, fuck. Why would... But why are you so fucking nice? I just slapped you in the goddamn face. Get angry, Poe, please. Fuck. It's like I don't know. Look, I probably shouldn't have done that. And she'll just kind of start fidgeting and pacing around a little bit. And look, I hate you for leaving. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't do good when people leave. And I've had a lot of people come back and say a lot of nice stuff and not mean it. So I don't know. I don't know if there's anything you're gonna be able to say. All right, you know what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I just there wasn't any words coming, so I just.
It's fine. I'd rather you share like something with me. You know, like you're my friend, and I totally get why you're mad, especially with like what's happened to you and stuff. And even I mean, the whole reason why I've been struggling even talking about anything that's happened, it's not only just because of like us getting attacked by crystal things and bandit things and snowball things. It's like I don't know how to convince you, well, especially you, but also I don't know how to convince Desmond, Bianca, or Ashima how like what I did is not, it's not going to be a regular thing. Every time I've left and just like totally up and abandoned you guys, I've brought back trouble. And the last time it was trouble I brought with everything with Selrid and all that other stuff. And this time it's this. And I don't want to keep bringing back trouble. And if every time I leave, it only brings back trouble, like I don't want to leave again then. I don't want to do this to my friends. And I'm sorry if that makes me a super good guy or an unbelievably good guy, but it's just how I'm feeling. And I don't expect everything from you guys and what you feel to be good and forgiving and all that other stuff. I just want to know what you guys feel so that we can be good again. I don't even care if what you feel is bad. I don't care if it means you slapping me in the face. I just want to get through this and not tell you guys that it's not going to happen again, but show you guys it isn't. And that I do mean what I say. And
Oh. Why do you care about me? I mean, I tricked you into giving me money for a long time. And then I made fun of you. And then I talk shit about you every chance I get. And then I acted like an asshole when you came back and saved our lives. And then I slapped you in the face. So I don't know why you keep using that word friend, because I don't know what there is about me to like.
I think it's funny that you're asking me that, because I could ask the same thing as to why someone like you would even care that someone like me would have just up and left. You know? Some goody two-shoes that keeps you from doing the things that you want to do just because it's not the right thing to do. Things like that. An uptight water genasi who had it good in Water's Wake. Why would you care that I would leave? I don't know what Ashima would say about this, but I'm sure he has plenty of things to say about this situation. But ultimately, I think I've come to understand that if we all just had friends that made us happy all the time, that were exactly like us, and knew how to do all the right things and all the wrong things at the same time, like, what good is having a friend then? Like, having a friend is someone who would sacrifice anything they thought was originally good or bad or whatever for the sake of the person they would call their friend. I don't know, maybe that didn't really come out right, but I'm sure, I don't know. Ashima probably has something super enlightening to say about that, and as much as I try, it's not really coming out right, but I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out, but just something about this group means a lot to me, and it sent me down roads that I haven't been down before, ones that I definitely didn't plan to go down when leaving Water's Wake, but I'm super happy with it, and I've called it home, so.
It's not like I wanted to care. I tried really fucking hard to not give a shit when you were gone. Because this is just what happens to me. But I don't know, it just something about fighting down in that chapel and then going through everything we did with Selrid, it just really felt like I lost something again. And I mean, it was just everything was fucked up. I mean, we went to the tournament fight and I was the last one up, so I climbed up a pillar so no one could get me and just screamed and hoped we'd make it through. And then we got out on the road and we're trying to talk to guards and figure things out, but we don't have our goody two-shoes guy with us, so we're having a hard time doing that. And I had to become friends with Desmond, and it just and I should have kept my money. Look, we got a lot of money after you left for everything we did. And I was kind of felt like I should give it to you to make up for scamming you for a really fucking long time. I should have kept it. I guess. I mean, I didn't even know if I was gonna keep waking up for a while. So it didn't matter. But now that we're here, it's one of the things I did back in Water's Wake that I feel like I can't just turn away from.
Well, it should go without saying that you really, or at least I believe, you don't owe me anything. It's yesterday's problem. And
Yeah, and that's the fucking thing, Poe. I just don't know why you're not upset with me. I mean, if you were upset with me, I'd be... If you were angry with me, I'd know what to do. I'm really not used to somebody doing this. Whatever you're doing. Look, I gave a bunch of the money I had to the temple, so I can't pay you back anyway. It's gone.
well, if I knew you were going to give it to the temple, I wouldn't have wanted it anyways. Then again, even if I knew you weren't going to give it to the temple, I probably wouldn't have wanted it anyways.
Well, then I would have thrown it at you. Or dropped it on your face when you were sleeping or something. I don't know.
That would probably hurt a lot less than you slapping me in the face.
I don't want it.
Well, why don't we just... Let's just go have some of this tea that Ishima and Bianca gave. And... let's just...
Do you even like tea? I don't like tea. I feel like that's just a thing adults do.
I don't know. Sometimes tea tastes a little different, and the ones that I don't like, I pretend to sip on it. But people don't seem to care if you don't finish it, so... But... I think this one was good. I didn't have a chance to try it yet, so...
And she'll start to walk away for a second and then stop and... You know, you can just call yourself a Noah if you want to, right? I mean, I know it means a lot to you or something, but... I mean, I was Cecily Blackwood for a year. And then... Cecily... I don't know. I was Cecily a lot of things for a while there. I mean, if I wanted any of them, I would just keep it. But... just call yourself whatever you want.
I just don't want to lie to myself. The Anoa name has been built up to mean a lot to me my entire life. And if all of a sudden I am not one, then it's just like a joke. I really have no idea how to deal with that, so.
Well, I mean,
for now,
either you're gonna end up being awesome with everybody else here, or we're just all gonna fucking die, so. I mean, at this rate, it's either all or nothing. We're not gonna be mediocre, I can tell you that.
no. That's the thing. I left because I was in Anoa, you know? Whatever called to me in my dream called for me because of some profound reason, and I'd really hoped it gave me more answers about what it meant about my past and my family. But honestly, it gave me more questions and only gave me one answer. And that answer is that, like, I'm a runaway.
Oh,
Whatever this group is,
you're
that's
not an
what
awesome one. Runaways don't come back, Poe. You're kind of messing that up.
All right.
Poe, I'm joking.
No.
God. It's okay.
Okay, well, you know what I was getting at.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to try and take a break from that stuff and just, something took me away and something sent me back. So maybe I need to stop focusing on why I left and start focusing on why I'm still here and figure that out. But that's all like about me and stuff. And I wanted to talk to you because I want to know what you felt. And I just want you to know that it means a lot to me that you opened up about it. Because even if it meant getting slapped in the face or having, shit talked by Cecily behind my back all the time, it doesn't matter. I just want to know. I want to be able to talk about it. So I'm glad that we did.
Let's make a deal. One, I'll be just Cecily, and you'll be just Poe, and then neither of us feel left out for not having a last name. Cool?
Sounds cool to me.
Okay. Two, we'll just both pretend to like tea, so that Ashima stays happy. Cool?
Cool, but if I like it, I still like it, so.
Yeah, well, keep it to yourself, you fucking
Okay.
weirdo.
I'll try to pretend then.
And three, if you ever fucking leave again, I get to kill you. Cool?
Yeah,
Hey,
okay.
Look, last person I slapped,
you
it
can
didn't
try,
go this
but-
well for them, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Fuck, I probably shouldn't have made a joke about that. Okay. So I guess we're good. Okay. Yep. Gonna walk
Yeah,
inside
yeah.
now?
Let's go get.
Yeah. All right. Yep. This is done. Okay. Cool. And she'll have a little moment where she'll like walk a little closer and just kind of stand there for a minute, and then she's just gonna punch you on the shoulder lightly, and then she'll walk inside.
He's gonna give a just like a pissed off face, but smile and then go in and follow.
All right. And now I want to hear all about Ashima's tea thing. I'm so sorry. We diverted from that for like 45 minutes.
So when I first started that, I wasn't expecting it to take so freaking long.
Yeah,
No, it's okay. Don't apologize. It was perfect. It was lovely.
Yeah, and y'all have to read the chat.
Oh,
So-
I
But
saw.
Ashima is staring at the door, and in a way very unlike him, like he is standing 7 foot tall and says, "Grab a mug, sit down before I thaw your frozen butts out with a bamboo switch."
Oh my God.
Whoa! Fuck!
Go back, Tom.
Okay. Woo! Wow, okay, alright, yeah.
She'll just. Girl, I didn't say you could talk back now. Sit down.
Okay. Okay.
We kept your tea warm.
Thank you.
Oh wow, you didn't have to do that.
Previous life reactions. I think that was Douglas Carlson. Much more bold than my previous life. Anyways, as I was saying before, yes, in Atarashi, it's known that they have a ceremony to signify the taking of tea together. Previously, nobody asked why they did that. That's alright, I will tell you anyways. Because every day that we spend on Illica is a blessing. Every day we wake up alive and healthy, strong enough to bring a cup to our lips is a miracle. Many are not so fortunate. An astronomical impossibility of a miracle is that we share this world with each other, are close enough to travel with, but we are close enough to share our warm, boiled leaf water with. That, by an Atarashi, perform a tea ceremony before they drink tea. I am very glad we're here together.
So, should we do a thing before we drink it then?
Oh, well, I mean, I was gonna change the topics away from tea because I just had a question. But if we want to do more tea things, I can ask later.
Yes, Desmond. I think the presence of friends is enough. At least to content me.
Well, all right, Desmond, shoot.
So not that I am not interested in tea. Not saying that I am, but I'm not saying that I'm not. How the hell did they know that you were who you are? How do they choose that?
Well, it's more apparent later in life. Whenever myself or my master are reincarnated, we have reactions like that. You know when occasionally you'll stub your knee and your leg will fly out, or you'll react to things in a way that's involuntary?
I guess so.
If somebody throws a punch at you, you naturally block it, right? At least put up your hands.
Right.
It's a lot like that. I saw quite a bit of it when we first met. He was in trouble, and my reactions took over. There's a bit of, as I've said before, a bit of energy. All key. Every atom belonging to me as good belongs to you as well. So that key is manifest into new people. Sometimes majority of it will culminate and transfer into a new person, a reincarnation. It's up to Master to trust their instincts and find out who it could be. You just sort of know. Never experienced it, but oftentimes people say they find their true love, the person they're supposed to be. They just beginning. There's something that clicks. I imagine it's much like that. Or you find a street dog and something about you two clicks, and you know you'll give that dog a home forever. Like that. There are other rigorous tests that they perform, past life possessions that do all the energy and reactions towards it. There's certain dreams and all of these things. Then, as I said later, it begins to manifest a bit more. I don't have to act upon these reactions, but sometimes they're a bit more forceful. Much like when you strike your knee and your leg jolts out.
Huh. Do you ever wonder if they were wrong?
I used to. I realized it doesn't really matter. Wang Yu, allegedly, we'll say, a past incarnation of myself. He was never sure if he was really the reincarnation either. I also say that the world needs somebody to be Dongwu. And that really is me deep down. I am him. He is me.
Do you ever does it not bother you to know that your destiny was predetermined?
Destiny's not predetermined. Chances of your birth are predetermined. Nothing else is. There's destiny, yes. places you in a location, who your parents might be, what race you are, what your name will be. The rest is fate. Fate is up to you. My destiny is that I was born Ashima Peregrine. My fate that I make is that of the reincarnation of Tong Wu. That's something I choose every day.
So, like, if it isn't your predetermined destiny or whatever, then, like, can you just be awful one day if you wanted to? Like, just go kick a kid and steal desserts or something?
Anyone can do that, Cecily. Strength comes from wanting something, but not reaching out to grab it.
That doesn't sound fun.
Oh. There's more to life.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but it's a nice sentiment, I guess.
So, with that, it is about 9 o'clock at night now. The sun is definitely set. The fire is still crackling, and Keothi has not yet returned.
Bianca will want to go and at least like look around for her, and she will invite Ashima to join her if he wants to.
Yeah, I'm curious about this as well. I did agree earlier to go look for her.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't there when you guys clocked it, and I just had a huge roleplay chunk, so Cecily will stay home.
Okay.
Okay. So, Ashima...
I'll invite everyone to come along if they want.
She might still just go lay down, honestly.
Okay. So is it just Ashima and Bianca?
The tag team.
Yes.
Staying out.
All right. So Ashima, Bianca, as you exit the house, shutting the door behind you, the sounds of the town and the village has faded away as night has fallen, and you can tell that it's outside. It is excruciatingly cold, more so than what it was before. Something about this area, the nights are much colder in this area, but the interior of the houses is much more temperate. It's much easier to handle. An odd dichotomy, but you go soldier on because you know you need to find Keothi. So I'll give you guys an option. You can either roll separate investigation checks, or one of you can roll with advantage. It's entirely up to you.
What do you want to do, Ashima?
Yeah, out
Or
of character, I don't know
Connor?
how high my... Well, no, I was going to respond to that as a team. Well, yeah. I don't know if my investigation's too high. It's only +2. Do you have anything better?
Yeah, I have. I think I'm proficient actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a +6.
Okay.
So.
Shit.
Then knowing Bianca's actual investigation abilities, Ashima will just let Bianca take the lead and assist where he can. And train.
On cue.
All right. Investigation. You said advantage, right?
Advantage, yeah.
Advantage.
Bop, bop, bop. There we go.
What be it?
21. Okay. So with that, it does take you quite a bit of searching. Oh, that's odd. Here, let me refresh that page. The stream page is being a little weird.
We exist in a void.
Yeah, just there. Maybe. Hey, there we go. There we go. Wait a second. Have you guys just been sitting on a black screen this entire time?
Well, I didn't want to say anything.
Well, I've had the image of like
okay.
the snow village
Okay.
up until now.
I thought I did too, but I was like, I don't remember because I was looking at the Discord a lot and Twitch.
Okay, there we go.
For when I'm watching on Twitch, it's like a 5-second delay, and it just like 2 seconds ago popped to black, so I think it was a new thing.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. So then, Bianca, you and Ashima making your way around the small village. You can see most people have retired for the night. None of the training is happening. But luckily, you end up finding, and it's very sporadic because there are lots of footprints here, especially because it didn't snow at all today. But you see, eventually, you find these very, very large footprints that are one of a kind, and they can only belong to one person. Keothi, and you follow them, and they are erratic, almost like a she's trying to track something but doesn't exactly know how, or is confused because they just seem to go left and right and then turn around midway through a path, and it doesn't really make any sense until eventually you see her and you hear her first. You hear the no. And like these almost frustrated grunts as you eventually do find her, and you can see her looking around someone's house, just sort of putting her ear up to the wall and kind of tracing along the sides and looking at the wall. She says no, and you about catch her at about that point.
Hey Keo.
Oh, hello, Bianca. I am sorry. I did not mean to. What time is it? Oh, the sun has gone down. Oh,
it's okay. We just wanted to check in on you. What's going on?
I don't know. Whenever people of Blindelar, any time people of my home, of the Hearthstone Goliaths, anytime we make something, whether it be a blade or a bow or a piece of armor or a building or a tower or anything, there is a mark that is left. And I saw the mark in Old Spire, and that mark was on the tower, and I didn't recognize it, and I thought it was odd, but I thought maybe it was an impression of something. But as I'm looking around here, there are so many buildings. It would make sense if there was one person like me who came here and who made a tower to keep themselves safe. But this is a town for people like me. And anytime my people make something, they leave a piece of themselves in it. They leave a spark, where for the time that they are alive, it glows bright and serves as a lantern light for the town. And when they pass on, when they're returned to the mother, it dims. But the light is still there, a symbol that no matter that their physical body is gone, their spirit lives on. But there is no light here. There is no nothing. And I do not know why. I have found one thing. One thing. I have found a light here. And it's not a light of someone who's passed on. It's a light of someone who's alive. And I am so confused. I don't know what's happening, and all I'm supposed to know is what's happening. And I don't know!
And you can see her start to get loud, and there are people who are like opening their doors and looking out at this very large woman starting to get very upset and starting to shout.
Oh, Keo, it's gonna be okay. I don't know what's going on either. Do I know anything about this? Do I have any history knowledge of this at all?
You can make a history check, I'll say.
Okay. Let's try that. Doo-doo-doo. History. Where'd it go? Why can't I find the H? There we go.
Oh, okay. You have read about Goliaths before. So Keothi isn't an entirely new concept to you. You do know the great pride that they take in their crafts, whether that be blacksmithing, fletching, masonry, any of those things they take great pride in. And they are all, what she said, you've read before. They leave a part of themselves with it. And any time that something has been made by a Goliath, that piece of them is left there. And even if they, you know that even if they do die, that light is still supposed to be there. And it's really only something that was sparked from what you were saying. And I mean, anything she said, you know, is true. The thing that confuses you as well is there's no record, at least in your studies, of Goliaths ever being anywhere near Bella Clara. You know that they would mainly stay in the mountains of the Western Salamander. That's where they lived. And they never ventured out. At least as far as the history books you've read.
Okay, yeah. I do know that history does not support this. But there's so much history that there's stuff we'll never know. And we just have to kind of, you know, keep learning as we go. Maybe someone we can ask, I need to look at her name real quick. Valeria, and see what she's found when they settled here. Maybe that will start to give us some like connecting clues, but it's okay to not always know things. It really is. Like, we'll figure it out together. It's kind of like a puzzle. It can be fun.
And if there's one light, one person remaining vigil, then we'll have answers soon.
Okay. Ashima, I'd like you to make a persuasion check with advantage.
I gotta find which mouse to use here.
It's with advantage, it's with advantage. So what you can do is you can go to the chat box and you can hover over the 8 and there should be a little plus sign there.
Oh, nice. That's good.
That's much better.
That's also a much better roll.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so she kind of looks at you and you can see her start to like heighten her breath and start to get more agitated, but she stops and inhales through her nose and exhales through her mouth.
Okay.
Very good of you.
As much as I like puzzles, and I am willing to calm down, I just don't want everything I've ever been told about my people to be a lie. I don't know. I don't know what I would do.
We'll stay vigilant, cool-headed, minds of scholars, and we'll discover the source of this.
There's nothing saying that everything's a lie. Maybe there's just another piece to the picture that we don't have filled in yet. And then Bianca's going to offer her hand. I don't know if Keothi is a person that needs like comfort, physical comfort, but she'll offer out her hand for her to hold if she needs it.
Give her the whole arm.
Here's my arm.
Keothi will take your hand, and her hand does envelop the entirety of your hand. And she says,
Okay. Okay.
And no matter what we discover, we're here to help you through it, okay?
Okay.
Quite right.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We made tea back at the cottage if you want some.
Tea would be nice.
It should still be warm for you. We left it on the hearth.
Okay. And you see her just kind of like look around. You see that she's more calm, but she's not any less anxious, if that makes any sense.
Yes, I have been Keothi.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, but you do manage, luckily, between the two of you, your level-headedness combined, you do manage to calm her down and sort of escort her back towards the cottage. By the time you do get back, though, it is about 10 p.m. The temperatures have dropped insanely low outside now. And by the time you get back, you can see Ashima and Bianca, chunks of your hair have started to freeze, and you feel like if you even twist it too hard, it'll actually snap off the chunks of your hair.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, by the time you eventually get back in there, the warmth of the fire and the interior of the home is quite welcoming to you. And Keothi shuts the door behind her. And about this point, Desmond, Poe, and Ashima, an hour later, Desmond, Poe, and Cecily, Bianca and Ashima do return with Keothi, luckily. And you can see Keothi is not her typical smiley self. She has this very grim look on her face, and she goes and she sits by the hearth, and she pours herself a small cup of tea and begins to drink. And she's not shivering at all, she's not cold, but she's just anxious. And you can tell just from her general demeanor.
Inform everyone while she's getting settled. And an extra day or two, we'll be doing some investigating on the area.
Something happened? I mean...
Keothi discovered some clues that she'd like to follow up on.
Oh.
Clues that won't lead us off the path, but we can pursue here. So all the better that we are here to pursue them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, clues like back at the spire?
Yeah.
Very soon.
Yeah. You know, I've been kind of wondering for a little bit if all of that Goliath stuff and the Brotherhood had anything to do with each other. You know, since everything kind of happened at once.
Might, and we're going to talk... Sorry.
No, it's just the place had a weird name, too, didn't it? They called it the Echo of Caldover? Whatever. I don't know. It's the Echo of something. That's a weird name.
Caldover.
It was a place down in Tarkir.
That's the big place under the Salamander, right?
No,
Yes.
that's Iverion, and then
that's
there's Tarkir.
God, there's so much land. Why is there this much land if there's not enough food to go around?
How the hell is the world so big?
Because it is. I don't know.
Wow, what
The
an
gods
intellectual answer, Bianca.
I don't study that. Joe, can I roll to know if I know why the world is so big?
Make a history check.
Man, I don't even know
Okay.
why Earth is this size.
I have no idea. Why is the world big? There we go. What did I get? Fuck, I fucking might know.
Because the gods decided it to be so. You got it right the first time.
Okay. The gods,
That's the
they were
answer.
like, there we go. We got, material plane, and there's different planes. I don't want to tell you guys about the planes because you can't handle the material plane. So.
Wait.
Best not to go there.
What?
Okay.
Desmond, I think it's important to notice that, well, it depends on your size. If you're someone like Kyo, the world is much smaller than you see it, and if you're a dragon, it's even smaller still.
And if you're a
I'm a
Shima,
dragon.
it's massive.
Correct, you are.
You think there's ever been anybody who's seen like everywhere?
Yeah, probably. I mean, as much as they could. Well, I don't know. Somebody had to make a map.
I mean, we've made a pretty good chunk in it, right? We've been out here for like 4 days.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
seen.
I know that. I know that young So guy that Alika brought up the other day. He would say that he was around. He would go to places, but I didn't really listen to him because he was kind of obnoxious.
Good to know.
Okay. So with that, probably about 10:30 now. You guys have any nighttime rituals before you head to bed? Any last things you want to do before you head to sleep?
I will looky at my book again, and then I'm going to bed.
Alrighty, go ahead and make another intelligence check.
So many intelligence checks tonight. Woo.
Looky at the bookie and use your brainy waney woo.
Yeah.
I hope she rolls low just because
Mark,
you said
I hate
ooh
you.
woo. Yep. Oh, fuck. Of course she didn't. Okay.
All right,
Woo.
I'm gonna leave the campaign now.
I would like to submit my letter of resignation.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
Bianca, as you open up your book and you kind of begin to study it, trying to do so as covertly as you can because the book definitely doesn't look library friendly, to say the least. You read and you spend quite a bit of time deciphering that same area, that same codex that you were stuck on, and you think that you might have an idea. You know that there are those, and you finish the passage, and you think you might have the solution to that Bloodhunter's problem. He would choose to go about things as a ranger, trying to study his enemy in order to best be able to defeat it. But referencing a few other parts that you already have decoded, you know that you can't just study fiends to beat them. If you ever want to stand a chance, you have to embrace what they are, what they do, in order to ever be able to have a fair chance against them. You have a few ideas, a few things you might try the next time you and your companions might be in a problematic spot. But you have a pretty good idea that from this point on, any fiend that crosses your path is going to regret it. So with that knowledge, shut your book, retire for the evening. So, anybody else have anything else they're doing, or are you guys just head into Betty Bye?
When Desmond lays down, I want to thinking about the talk he had with the Shima and like destiny and fate and all that jazz. I want to go to sleep meditating and focusing on the heartbeat of the ring on my finger and just kind of feel that as I go to sleep.
Okay. So, as you head to sleep and all of you doing the same, Desmond, you focus on that heartbeat. That thumping on your finger. And that rhythmic feeling rocks you to sleep, where you feel warm, safe. All of you do in this cottage. Between the hearth and being surrounded by your friends, being within a walled encampment with people that, at least as far as you know, you can trust. People who've been nothing but kind to you. You feel good. You feel happy. But there's something else there. Like a stain in a carpet that never comes out, no matter how many times you wash it, try to clean it. That one nick in your blade, Poe, that you seem to never be able to buff out. The one alchemical combination that you can never get right, Bianca. That one meditative trance that just never works for you, Ashima. The one alchemical component that you couldn't figure out how to work. That those few letters that you could never get right, Desmond. And Cecily, the friends and companions that you could never keep. All of those things cycling through your head. And then all of you start to hear something in your own individual minds. The echoing of a voice. Familiar voice. A wise old owl who lived in an oak. The more he saw, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why can't we all be as wise as that old bird? And as all of you kind of are motioned awake, you can see yourselves in this endless black void. You see each other. Maybe 45 feet from everybody, equidistance. And you see in the middle of all of you is someone you never hoped you'd have to see again. Pale, golden yellow skin, black paint over his face, robes of black covering his body, and teeth pearly white. He looks around and he says, "Why, hello. I missed you all. It's been too long, really. But I'm happy you're so close. I thought that, well, after Summer's Rest, we'd never see each other again. But now we get to see each other soon. I've missed you, and I can't wait to see you all again. And I really hope that you'll come visit me. You see where you're at? There's a place that I'm sure you've been told you shouldn't go, but I think that it'd be really nice if you came and saw me. It would make me so happy. In fact, I have gifts for all of you. Desmond, you tried to get rid of my gift, but don't worry, I kept it safe for you. He's always watching, and he always makes sure that those people who help get what they deserve. Please, check your pockets. They're there. And as Daku, that high elf cultist of the Dark One, begins to laugh, all of you reach into your pocket. And Desmond, you see that thing in your pocket, that statue, that figurine. And all of you pull out the same one. Says, oh, he's going to be so happy that you all got them. Well, I can't wait to see you all. Don't make me wait too long. I tend to get rather impatient when I have to wait for what I want. Okay, bye now. Enjoy the rest of your sleep, okay? Okay. Sweet dreams. And good night. And with that, all of you are jolted awake, looking towards one another, the roiling of the flames still happening, and the sun beginning to rise. It's daytime. That couldn't have been more than 5-10 minutes of sleep. You awaken feeling rested enough. But as you go to feel your face or make sure that you're all there, in all of your right hands, you have that same figurine, that same statuette, a dark figure. As you look at that figure, you can almost feel those beady black eyes staring back at you. And with that, that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
I wish so bad you could have seen me, especially when you said goodnight. I literally, oh man, I can't. Oh my god.
Oh,
Wait, yeah,
wow.
Somebody else.
How dare
Somebody else.
you, Joe?
I need someone to agree with me and Evan. The art got scarier. Am I right?
Yes.
You're
totally did.
absolutely right.
Oh, the whole thing got scarier.
You know what? I just said it, and I'll say it again.
So I'm gonna have nightmares. What the hell?
That was the goal.
Yeah. That sent shivers down my spine. I literally, oh my god.
You have to thank Ryan, who recommended me Sicario for the music. Yeah, because that music's terrible.
Yes.
Yeah, that was good. Thank you.
Oh,
Ryan.
God. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed. I hope the nightmares aren't too bad. Also, in case anybody who was watching, I'm sorry if I happened to do the same to you. It definitely was not solely my intention to do that. But hey, don't look at me like that, Kayla. I had to do it to him. No, not again. No, Lisa. No.
Greater than period greater than me.
Well, I hope that regardless of that last moment, I hope everybody enjoyed the session. I know I did. A lot of fun, a lot of good things happened. I'm excited to see what happens between a certain two little PCs. Gemma, get on it.
Time.
Give it. Hey,
You cannot rush this.
Ooh woo. That's the only time I'm ever gonna say
Fight.
But
Make a clip. Go.
well, thank you for watching. I greatly appreciate the viewership and the oh whoa. Yeah, more like it. And
The person really went from ooh woo to oh whoa. Right at the end there.
Oh, this went from ooh to oh whoa.
Oh god. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for watching. I've said that like the 13th time now. I mean it every time. If you enjoyed, leave a follow or tell your friends to watch because I think it's pretty cool, and I think we should all be watching Salamander Coast. But in the meantime, this Friday, come back for the Explorers of Ephera, or this Saturday, come back for the Isles of Avarion. Both sessions crazy good, just like these peeps right here. They're all kind of crazy talented, and it makes me very happy to call them my friends and to be able to play D&D with them because they're all pretty cool. Yeah, so come back next Tuesday to see what exactly they decide to do first and where exactly this goes, because big oof is all I have to say in terms of teasers for next session. Alrighty, well, Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I will see you on Friday. All right. Farewell. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.